Good evening. Somebody once told me sub 6 was free. Let's find out if they're right. Spoiler alert, they are not. Who knows? Maybe today is the day. Oh, forgot to grab my water. Fortunately, I don't need to do anything here. Got my water, got my tea. Ready for a good day. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum bum. We got a quick trip around the ship to get 2 story triggers. And then we can screw that up. And that. That reminds me, I never actually got around to taking my controller apart to confirm if I interfered with the contact surfaces on there. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Yeah, a couple weeks ago I had to swap out the right shoulder button on my controller. I think I may not have lined everything up quite right, but fixing it's a lot of effort. So, good enough is good enough. Hello there, Actical. How's it going? Good seeing you as always. I'm not gonna lie, I considered it. The only reason I didn't is because I didn't do any DK 5 practice at all this week, and so I wanted to have at least something. Some practice. But it was tempting. I considered, like, starting 2 hours early with Final Fantasy 13 and just going for 8 hours or something. It's been a long time since I played a game for the first time and, like, had the urge to continue playing it when I wasn't playing it. Like, normally it's like, play for a little bit, set it down, come back to it whenever, and it's good enough, but God, 13 is so good. Kaishin. Yeah. I think it's just that, like, I might not have liked it as much if I had played it earlier in my life. Because I had so many expectations for a Final Fantasy game. There's just like... Oh, Dragon Quest is the style of JRPG that, like, I really enjoy. And, like, starting from, like, 7 and onward, when they started going away from, you know, the 2D looks, it stopped being as enjoyable for me. But I think, honestly, 15 kind of destroyed my expectations for Final Fantasy. Even though I did not like 15, it got me to a point where I'm just like, I no longer expect them to be exactly what I want them to be, which opened me up to really enjoy 13. But like, if I had played 13 like right after 6, I might not have liked it as much, to be honest. But I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'm very stubborn with my game preferences. I will never deny that. But that being said, if I take out the nostalgia from Final Fantasy VI, 13 might be my favorite Final Fantasy. And I'm not even done with it yet, so... we'll see how that goes. At the absolute very least, it's got the best battle theme in the series. I've listened to that, like, at least 500 times over the past couple weeks. Have it on loop sometimes. Yeah, so I've only completed 1 through 7, so I typically only rate it out of those. Like, I've started 8, I've played a little bit of 15. I don't rank those because I don't know enough about them to form a legitimate opinion. So out of 1 through 7, I would say that 6 has been my favorite. 5 and 3 have been tied for second. So... at the very least, so far, 13 has moved into second place, so it would go 6-13 and then 5-3. But... I'm trying to be open-minded, and I'm keeping myself open to the possibility of 6 being dethroned. As weird as that is for me to say. I never thought it would happen. Yeah. Let me go. I'm gonna go ahead and use an herb. Two I enjoy more than the average player does. I still think it's my second... what am I... that's what I wanted. I would still say 2 is like second worst that of the ones that I've played, but I don't hate it. I would replay it again. The only one I'll never replay that I've finished so far is 7. The Pixel Remaster. I would absolutely play the original again. I like the brutality of the original. Yeah, it doesn't have a really gripping story or anything like that. I enjoy the novelty of the level style and all that. But I've still only played it once. It's just one of those ones where, if it came down to it and I had nothing else to play, yes, I would play Final Fantasy II again. Fortunately, I always have something else to play. Stop defending and hit me. I think I accidentally left my armor on. That's okay. Yeah, these guys are like 50% to attack, 50% to defend. Yeah, 10 I enjoyed watching, but playing it I've never been able to really get into it. Alright. Now off we go to Al Kappa, and we hope to get either one really good money encounter, or just two of anything, really. Because basically all of the money that we get to spend on herbs for the castle is going to come from this trip. Everything else is going to go to the boomerang. And how much money we get here effectively determines how much defense Bianca has. And seeing as she'll be in slot 1 for combat, her defense is kind of important. Okay, at least give me one. Please, thank you. It's not that great. Not the worst encounter we could get, but double Kaishin. Alright, so we're selling Bianca's shield. Yeah, as usual. Only got 9 gold. I think that might actually be the worst encounter we can get. Two caterpillars is 8 gold. But it's technically 4 gold apiece, those are 3 apiece. I did some test runs recently where I sell the adventurer's clothes instead of the plain clothes in order to get some more herbs in bad situations, but the castle's nearly impossible with plain clothes. It's doable, but you're not likely to get through it. And did leave those equipped. Yeah, I used to sell the traveler's clothes before I was really paying attention, when I was just very strictly following my notes. But then one day I was just like, if I sell Bianca's shield, I can keep that and prevent more wipes. Yeah, it's absolutely doable, but it makes the beginning a lot less stable. And stability is fleeting in this run. Well, we got a decent number of herbs. Yeah, 2 and 3. Yeah, if you go in with just the plain clothes, then if you have a couple of run fails, you're at risk of dying. The adventurer's clothes usually gives you multiple opportunities to fail and not kill the run. But I want to say for like at least my first 4 full runs, I was selling the adventurer's clothes. Now, it's probably technically better to sell the adventurer's clothes if you have time for resets and stuff. But given my schedule, I was like, yeah, I just gotta favor stability. Does. You can get a couple more herbs if you sell the adventurer's clothes for sure. Oh. Did you know you have to face dressers in order to loot them? So quiet. That's not what I wanted to do. At all. That's what I wanted to do. My goodness. See what not practicing for a week looks like? God, I've been playing so much Diablo 2 this week. Been super lazy. That's my sit back and chill game. Not too bad. I would like to get a Draki encounter here first. A relatively safe encounter. Yeah, Nier looks like a fun series. I haven't actually played any of those games yet, but I'm meaning to get there eventually. One second. Apparently I have an important phone call. Hello? Alrighty. That was not that important. My wife's at the grocery store, and one of the things that she was supposed to be getting is not there. Apparently it's very important for me to have input on the alternatives. Which is funny, because I really don't care. I was starting to worry like the car broke down or something, or she got mugged. Hello, that's an encounter. Please don't put us to sleep. Don't surround. Just be nice. Come on now. Okay. Go hit for 3. Dang it. That's fine. She comes back to life, but really want her to get that experience. This feels like a run that might reset. Don't want to use that last... Yeah, okay. There it is. Whoop. Yeah, that was brutal. Oh. Yeah, if you select the wrong speed, you can't just go back one screen. It goes back to the very beginning of the menuing. Maybe we can get a better Santa Rosa cave this time. I haven't been having the best luck with running away in there lately. The first several tries since I started running from everything in there, I was consistently getting sub 10 out of the cave, but I've been over 10:30 pretty much every time since then. Yeah, I've also never actually touched any of the Shin Megami Tensei games. I'm tempted to pull up this first one on SNES. I've heard it's not very good, but I do love me some janky classics. Yeah, one of my friends was like, no, 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 do not start with 1. And I was just like, oh, if I'm gonna start with 1, it's gonna be 1. Yeah, like, I've seen a little bit of some of them, like, particularly the Persona games. It seems like there's, like, the ratio of story to gameplay is very high. It's like, there's not a whole lot that you actively do, from what I saw. Like, when there is gameplay, it looks good, but like half the game seems to be just talking to people. Hey, we got put to sleep. That's actually a time save there, because I don't have to menu. Right. Our leather hat. Grab an herb. And a money seed. I mean strength seed. Yeah, initially in version 1 of my notes, I never used a single strength seed. I only picked them up to sell. But it's gotten to a point where I'm consistently over where I was on those notes, so now I actually use 2 strength seeds on Pierre. Helps a little bit. This one absolutely goes to money, though, because there's no other way to get all those herbs. Can't even get the boomerang if you don't sell the strength seed. No encounter? Never mind. I was gonna say no more encounters to the chest, please, and got 2. Alright. Don't crit. Good. Okay, this is great. We might actually get through here without using any herbs. No! Got stuck on the corner of that rock. I would love to see you boys at the beginning of the castle. Not so much here. You can hit for 3, right? Oh, you can hit for 4. Wow. Look at that. 10 minutes on the dot. I'll take it. Alright, let's see if we can get some better money on the way to El Capo today. Today? It's still the same day. This time. That's a good one. This is the best encounter to get. Show me the money. Bam, 65 bucks. Compared to 9 last time. And we might even get a second one with how early that was. Oh, okay. Yeah, plus that experience puts us really close to level 4, so we're gonna get heal pretty early on. Which is fantastic. Plus we should be at 6 MP. Oh wait, no. The MP does not recover. Never mind. If you fight to level 3 in the Santa Rosa Cave, then you'll have 6 MP for casting heal when you get here. But you do not recover your MP during the rest where Bianca wakes you up here. Lots of money, 2 herbs already. This is great news. Yeah, we're keeping Bianca's shield. We're gonna have like, what, 7 herbs? I'm gonna go for 8. Ah, screw it. We'll go all in for 9. Yeah, just from that one encounter, we get to keep Bianca's shield, and we get 4 more herbs than we had last time. Ridiculous. The extra shopping is going to hurt the El Kappa out time, but I do not care. We should be getting through the castle with 9 herbs and a shield. Man, allergies are going absolutely nuts today. Not bad. And we should get level 4 very, very quick on the hero, which is good. Seems like I heard you like easy encounters. There we go. We already have heal. We can still see El Kappa and we already have heal. This is rat percent. Nice miss. That's what I like to see. This encounter is fantastic. Miss, miss, 2 damage, 3 damage. We hadn't missed that one. This would have been a 2-round clear. Oh, 21. We're fairly safe for the moment. Although, with 9 herbs, and the fact I'm going to be picking up a couple more in here, I don't need to be that careful with my herbs. Be a little more cavalier than normal. Oh, that's... See, it's funny. The whole walk here, I would occasionally go up twice to defend instead of just hitting down once. Because at this point, that's how I go. Once casting is there, it's 2 button presses to defend anyway. And as soon as she learns Blaze, I forget to go down twice. Oops. Just about to stop and heal. Well, that's fine. Gonna sneak attack on these bad boys. Yeah, it's like the amount of time that you spend with Bianca not knowing any spells is just long enough for my muscle memory to reprogram itself. And then she learns a spell, gets a new menu option, and it's all thrown off again. This is good. Okay, today I'm gonna remember to say yes. Oh, by the way, I stored a torch in the kitchen. Why, thank you, sir. Another good encounter. Basically, down here we want to see absolutely anything except for candles that are behind other enemies. Candles in the front are fine, because heroes should be able to kill the front one on the first hit. But if they're behind anything, the damage reduction off of the boomerang drop-off is gonna keep them alive. I need you guys to hit Bianca, please. You are not listening to me. Dude! Alright. Now we've got Manusa. That is Surround. It's a very early level 5, so there is the opportunity to have Rukanon for Boss Ghost. It's a good thing we got all those extra herbs, because they are really going all in on hitting the hero. Good timing for an encounter. Alright, so now Bianca finally has some MP. Means we can use Blaze to help out in some fights. Good target choice. Hero can help 2 and kill 2 on turn 1 now. Man, they do not like the hero. Let's go figure. We finally get Bianca with a shield in here, and everybody's hitting the hero instead of her. Nice. Already level 6 before the mini-boss. Excellent. No encounters on that floor is really good. Alright, let's see if this surround actually matters. Usually doesn't. Hey! 2 misses! 3 misses! It is possible. Wow! That's more misses than I normally get in a week. I think every physical has missed so far. That's incredible. I thought that was a myth. Alright. We're gonna have 3 herbs for the boss fight, which is great. Now, I can start running here instead of fighting, but I would like to get Rukanon if I can. That just makes Boss Ghost a lot more stable. Nice. Hi, stairs. Stop hitting hero! My goodness. It's like the Mad Candles just have no idea that Bianca's here. Okay, so now we cannot use any more MP from Bianca. Because we need to maximize her blaze output on Boss Ghost. There we go. Nice minimal damage encounter. Rookanon! Well, sneak attack, I'm running. That would be a really easy 2 kills, but now that we've got Rookanon, there's nothing left to fight for. Yeah, so now the hero's doing just as much damage to the boss as Bianca is. Stop being bad, Fingers. He should be dead soon. There it is. Excellent. Very good castle. Hey Anatola, how's it going? You got the yor. Alright, now we go get Barongo. Hooray. Alright, so I'm feeling it. This is going to be the day that Barongo survives against Ice Queen. Finally. Got a habit of not doing that. And all that money, too. Alright, with all the money that we've got here, we actually don't want any encounters now. If you're a little short, the encounters there are good, because that prevents you from having to sell your life nut. You can save that for Pierre in Gen 2. 0 encounters is fantastic when you're over 700 gold. Off we go to the Fairy Kingdom to help them bring back their spring. Because they're stuck in winter. Very Game of Thrones. Bum, bum, bum. Snag a holy water here for free. Go buy a stone fang for Barongo, and then scale armor for the hero. Look at all that extra money. If things don't go well, we have to sell the life nut that we just picked up in the flower patch for 150 gold. Oh man. Being able to save that for Pierre helps a lot. Especially if we get him before we go into the underground. Because the life nuts are going to be between 4 and 6 max HP. And the underground is extremely dangerous in Gen 2. Now we want to take a little bit of damage here on our way down, because we're going to have a Death Warp at the bottom. I'd like to get Barongo to level 3 or 4 before we exit the cave. Does have more survivability on Ice Queen. Nice. That 18 was a good roll. I do kind of have to decide if it's worth risking a heal on the hero. We'll take a little bit of damage on the first few fights here. Don't want the Death Warp to take too long at the bottom. You also don't want to die before you get there. Yeah, Bella casting Fireball on a single target is actually good, because sometimes her AI will be like, hey, your health is low, I'll heal you. And then Death Warping becomes problematic. So she runs herself out of MP before we get down to the bottom. I don't have to worry about her accidentally healing somebody. Cool, it's level 3. Key knowledge. Nice thing about this is the first key that you get doesn't actually take up inventory space. Which is great, because we don't have a bag in this game. You basically just learn how to pick locks from opening that chest. There's always room in your brownie. It's true. Nice, level 8? Okay. That's gonna make Zale pretty quick. And we are in great position for a Death Warp. So I'm actually gonna take it off of Go All Out, because I don't want Bella healing hero right now. Life nut number 2. And now we die. Now, Brongo is a bit wild here, so he's going to continue attacking no matter what. Come on, somebody kill the hero, please. Oh. Come on, you can do it! You can do it! Oh my goodness. Well, at least Brongo's dead, so... Just waiting for him to hit. That was a weird left input. Hey, Eldritch Mecha, thank you very much for the raid. Thanks for the good luck, man. How's it going? Oh, nice. Good break from some Castlevania speedruns. Good, no encounters. You don't normally get encounters there, but when you do, they really slow you down. Good, Lucanon did not miss. Oh, don't MP drain me, you jerk. Alright, so Hero's probably going to start next fight by using the magic water that drops off of Zale here. Yeah, definitely starting the fight with that. Aside from the double mana drain, that was pretty good. Fortunately, he has a 100% drop chance on magic water. It's not a full MP restore, but we'll probably get like 12-ish out of it. Lucanon number 1 landed, that's good. Nice. Both of them landed. An Ice Bolt here. Good target choice. Now she's gonna heal, and then she's gonna charge up for a big attack. So we get a couple of free turns. $42 damage on Barongo. Nice Kaishin from Barongo there. Stop trying to kill my kitty. Stop trying to kill my kitty. Ice Queen wants blood from that cat. Alright, now we're back to heal. And the charge up again. I'm actually gonna play it safe here and top off. Don't kill the cat. Okay. Nope. Uh-oh. Okay. Got lucky there. I missed a down input. I was gonna have Bella heal the hero there. Plan A, just get lucky. Herald of Spring. Spring Flute. Oh no, really? Well. Oh great, I have to actually walk out now. That encounter broke my ice walk. It's only a problem if we get more encounters, really. Wow. If I'd gotten that 2 tiles later, I would have been fine. Here, have your stupid flute. Ba-bum. Yeah, I got incredibly lucky on that Ice Queen. Oh, man. So her next attack was an Ice Bolt. And if she targeted hero, that's a full wipe. We're still at the point where if the hero dies, it's a party wipe. And you have to fight Zale again if you die there. And then it also means you don't have a holy water for the first half of the walk to the ancient ruins. So that particular death is very costly. But as with all things Dragon Quest RTA, it's better to be lucky than good. But you still need to be good enough to capitalize on when you do get lucky. It's a delicate balance that is mostly out of your control. Now, I believe on these splits I had a death toward the end of the Ancient Ruins. So, if we have good run luck, there's actually a shot at a sub 1 hour Ancient Ruins. Or sub 1 hour Gen 1 altogether. I've yet to get one of those. I think I have a 101 as my best. Nice. No encounters there. Now this is one of the most exciting parts of the speedrun. We basically run around talking to people to trigger story events. It's extremely thrilling. Especially if you can't read Japanese. The gist of what happens during this part is you find out that there are suspicions that the queen is plotting against the prince because she thinks that her other son should be king. Bum, bum, bum. Hello, Henry, you little shit. Okay, I think I've got enough money, but I'm gonna go grab that nut just in case. Bum, 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 bum. Right. To go get the lackey badge from this chest. But it's empty. Nice Kaishin on Henry. At this point in the game, he deserves it. He's an absolute brat. Sell the extra boomerang. Oh, and for inventory space purposes, I also want to get rid of this adventurer's clothes. I have a tendency to forget that one. But for a hood, gotta equip it. And iron shield. The dialogue for equipping gear at the vendor is longer than it is to just go in and equip from the menu. So if you have more than one item that you need to equip on somebody, it's better to not equip at the vendor and just do it all at once. Hello, Pierre. Not ready for you yet. Thank you. Don't you do it. Okay. Well, we've already used a lot of MP here, so we gotta get lucky with runs now. That's a good start. Oh, by the way, Hack, if you do start learning this run, the best advice I can give you early on is get used to using the shoulder buttons to interact with items and doors and stuff. Because this game absolutely hates turbo for interacting with stuff. Like, you can stand there for like a full second before it'll realize you're holding the turbo button. So I used to just constantly switch the X from turbo to normal throughout the run, but eventually I got to the point I was like, just use the shoulder buttons. You don't have to worry about forgetting what the X button is set to. Like, if you hit X on turbo, like, as you're walking onto a tile, it'll register it right away, but if you're off by just a couple of frames, then it waits for the next cycle when it's actually checking for the X input. Okay, that was a very, very good temple. Or ruin, whatever. Now, if only Papas didn't have his text speed set to 0. Yeah, half tile is a really good example of that. Like, the timing on the half tile is so rough. It's so specific that if you miss the cycle on the turbo, then you just miss the trick altogether. Alright, well, no sub 1 hour in Gen 1, but still really good. The good news is at this point, if Hero dies, it doesn't matter, because Papas will just revive you at the end of the fight. So there's no more risk of failing the ruins. It's just a question of how many encounters you get and how long it takes. Goku. That's our last encounter. As after this point, there's 0 encounters while we escape. Barongo's poisoned and Papas just doesn't care about the cat. He'll heal you, but he will not heal Barongo. Now, all 3 of these items should go to the hero. I don't think I had any... Yeah, I didn't have any leftover herbs because I used them early. Whoop. And I used the magic water during the Ice Queen fight, so don't have to do any inventory management here. It's nice. Now it's just a question of how long it takes for Gemma to hit the hero. If you have a lot of MP left here, you can cast Boggy on the boss and it'll reflect back and deal some damage to you to speed this up. But that'll do. Alright. I'm gonna go refill my water. Ah. Yeah, 101 Ancient Ruins is really good. A little bit better encounter luck and a little bit more efficient menuing in some parts. And that sub 1 hour is not too far off. Yeah, so here, Papa's beat Gemma's goons, and then Gemma takes us hostage and says he'll kill us if our dad fights back, so now he's just letting himself be beaten to death. This was actually one of the parts of the movie that I felt they handled really well. Like, some of the movie was very much sped along just to get things going. Because there's a lot to cover in this game if you want to make a movie about it, but they captured this moment's darkness pretty effectively, I think. I watched it with my wife a few months ago. Because it's not perfect. It definitely has flaws, but I feel like it's aimed more toward people that never played the game and aren't gonna care about the specifics that are missing or changed, but still with enough references and fan service to keep it interesting and appease those who have played it.
I remember that movie.
Yep. Yeah, it took me a long time to actually get around to watching it, but I figured, you know, seeing as I speedrun this game every single week, I should probably watch the movie. And we were at a point where we had Netflix for a brief period. I was just like, well, now's the time. And all of these dialogue situations where an NPC moves before saying something, you actually have like a 1-frame window to move 1/2 step before they start talking. Fortunately, if you're just holding an arrow button, it works. Ah, lady. Yeah, most of the time it doesn't really do you any good to actually get those half steps, but like the one time where I really like to get it is the Mad Candle mini boss fight in the castle, because it lines you up with the opening in the tables on the right. Nice, 2 turns. So you don't have to go up and right after that. You just hold right coming out of the fight. Extremely minor, really doesn't matter, but it feels better. It feels like you've done something efficient, even though you've saved exactly 1 frame. And we're out. Successful jailbreak. Alright, we are almost to the point where we get to find out if we're allowed to have hopes and dreams for this run. It was a really good Gen 1, but it all comes down to Pierre. And the volcano. You know, if you say yes instead of no, it helps. Hope is in a different game. I also hear it's OP. Good music. Iron Shield to Henry. Pick him up. And progress the day-night cycle tonight. Preferably without stepping off these tiles. Wow, that was terrible. I don't know why, but this is like the hardest part of the game for me. Staying Staying on these tiles is not something I do well. There's a rhythm to it. And rhythm is not my specialty. There we go. And I hit down.
I could put it on the doorknob.
See, easy every time. No mistakes were made. That was awful. Like, if I were playing on emulator, I would absolutely set arrow keys for left and right so I could do that part. Alrighty, so now we need to recruit Slalon. A brownie would be nice, but really any dummy character will do. These guys suck. Not too bad. We also want to get Henry to level 3 here. Well, level 4 would be ideal. We want to keep him on pace to learn Rukanon for the imposter fight. That was easy. Now, after I get either Slalon or a dummy character... You know what? Leave me alone. I don't like you guys. Okay, after I get a monster recruited, whatever it is, I will head off to Al Kappa, do some shopping. But we need the storage space for a bunch of warp wings. So I can't really do that until I've got somewhere to throw it. Failed the 50-50. I was about to say, if I don't get one on this encounter, I may just go to Al Kappa and save the wing shopping for Reinhardt. But don't have to worry about that. We got him. Well, that's not good. Okay. Could have been worse. Don't have MP to heal, though. So, now we get lucky. Got lucky. Perfect. All according to plan. Hey, Varials, how's it going? Dark Souls 3 speedrun? I don't know. Actually, no, I can save that. Got some money. And we're gonna load up on a whole bunch of herbs. Because, as I stated earlier, the underground is kind of dangerous. We're absolutely running out of MP in there, so we are going to need herbs to get through. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 I've got some experience speedrunning, but that was a while ago. That was like 7 years ago. One more. Not that. One more. I'm gonna get a wooden hat for Henry here. And a scale shield for the hero, since we put the iron shield on Henry. Alright. And now we head back to Reinhardt and hope for a quick Pierre. Should have just fought this. Two of them were surprised. This is kind of a dangerous fight. Didn't want to get stuck failing on a run here. Alright, so assuming we don't get Pierre before we reach Reinhardt, by some miracle, I'll be taking one in at Reinhardt and then head outside for one round of MP. And after the second in, we'll head into the underground whether we've got Pierre or not. It's probably a better idea to just go straight into the underground even without Pierre and not even worry about it, but it's so much safer if you have Pierre when you go in. Oh, hello. Pierre, how are you? Okay, they did not MP drain hero. That's good. Alright, so we got both of our uppers off, now we just hope for no crits. That's fine. You can MP drain Henry all you want. That's fine. It's a slow fight with just a boomerang. Darn. To imagine the 120 Pierre. Slime Knight is a 25% chance recruit. Just ask Dragon Warrior Forerunners how often 25% works out for you. Actually, you know what? Gonna save and go for it. Just gonna hit the underground. We might actually end up getting a zombie as our dummy here, because we have not gotten. We didn't even encounter a brownie. So this may end up being a Cowie approved run. Okay, with only 2 characters, this is an extremely dangerous fight, as they shout and immobilize potentially your entire party. Okay. Yeah, those Torturgons have way too much defense for it to be worth fighting. Like, you can fight them once you have Pierre, but... run. Okay. But with just Henry and Hero, it'll take forever to kill. Okay, since we got those chests, if we do wipe in here, I'll just take the hit and continue. Because that means I can bypass all these extra encounters off to the side. Okay, MP drain was on Henry, that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and heal Henry just because we're not coming out of this fight with any MP, might as well use it. And from here on out, we are on life support, my god! From here on out, we're on herb healing. Yeah, the crits in here are scary. What's not scary is getting a nice comforting Pierre to join your party. Wink. Darn. Okay, HP is fine for now. Got about 8 herbs, I think. Bye. Ooh, ambushed. That's not good. This is a very dangerous encounter because of that decrease, but thank you for not murdering me. Yeah, so now the only Slime Knight encounter we can take is if there's 1 or 2 in there. Anything else is going to be too dangerous because I can't cast Upper. If I had more healing available, I would actually take that fight, because it's good experience and we might recruit one. Right now, I just want to get through the underground. Don't die here, please. Okay. Okay. At least we one-shotted the underground. That's good.
For the hat
Also, as I say every week, the Pierre split is a bit of a mirage on timing, because it's technically a subsection of the imposter split. So, going through the underground is still progressing toward imposter, so we don't really start losing time on it until we actually leave here and have to grind in the hills. But it's never as bad or as good as it looks on the Pierre split. It exists purely because I'm curious. And now we are going to buy the steel sword. I gotta be a little bit careful though. We're not gonna need this. Go ahead and sell the elfin elixir because we're not gonna need that. We have plenty of opportunities for MP recovery items later on. Oh, it already went to you. Okay. Shell hat already went to him because all the other inventories were full. That's good. I should actually fight this because we can recruit one of these as our dummy. Meant to have Henry attacking the Yetis. They need to die first. Oh. Come on. Yeah, recruiting monsters is dependent on the last recruitable monster that is killed, and since Yetis are recruitable, do not want to kill them before we kill the Slime Knights. Oh, out of MP. Yeah, the reason I went and bought the steel sword first is it's going to be going to Pierre once we recruit him, and I don't want to lose money from having a party wipe before we get Pierre. So it's safer to go ahead and buy that now. Yeah, these are recruitable too. Imagine not wanting to recruit a Yeti. I want to recruit Yetis. I don't want to risk fighting them in the underground. That's a surefire death. don't crit Henry, please. You can do absolutely anything else, just don't crit Henry. It's level 5. That's a fight. Man.
Oh man.
25%, am I right? Yeah, it also doesn't matter how many Slime Knights you kill in a fight. It's only the last recruitable monster that it rolls on. Still not worth fighting until you have a third-party member. Sneak attack. That one was potentially worth taking, but a little scary still. You know what? There's the shouting I was talking about. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna try to get the Yeti. Why did I attack? That should have just been a run. And that's why you don't go for the Yetis when you have two characters. How much MP do you have? 28. That's fine. I mean, obviously, it's fine. It's all we get. Let's try the forest. See if we get lucky in Pierre's forest. Yeah, it probably helps if I bring Henry out here, huh? Hey, Dragon took care of himself. Goodbye, MP. One encounter between in stops here. There we go. Right. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna stop at the end. 4. Boo. 5. Okay. Give me a 6. Yeah. Alright, so we're most likely gonna pick up a brownie when we are passing by the nunnery. They are a very common encounter down there, and a 50% recruit. Oh, I didn't equip the Morning Star on the hero. The Chain Whip. Chain Whip. Level 6, that'll be Rupinon. And there's the brownie. All according to plan. Very good walk. And I need to remember to equip Slalon. That poison. No, girl! I hate you. I don't know why she has to exist in the center of that aisle. Good walk considering there's lots of mountains in the way. There's a duo you're not going to see walking around often. Henry and Brownie. Wow. Almost made it through here with just one encounter. Oh, I did equip it. Okay. Hey, Cowie, how's it going? Alright, so we can get some metal slimes in here if we're lucky. We're going to be looking for 5-ish during the Santa Rosa Cave. But if we can get a head start here, that's fantastic. Since we did have that party wipe and lost a bit of gold, I am going to grab this chest down here. Oh, 2 hits, 3 hits. Don't run. Ah, it stayed. Oh, still hope. 4 HP, we got it. Nice. That's huge. I mean, not only does that make the imposter fight a lot safer, it also saves us a bit of time in the Santa Rosa cave. One heal off here. I want to save as much as I can for the imposter fight, just in case. But that was a pretty smooth tower. Only a couple of encounters, and one of them was a metal slime kill. That's about all you can ask for there. Pierre's gonna auto-revive, or not Pierre, Henry's gonna auto-revive when we go through, so it's okay to get him killed here. At least I think he auto-revives here, doesn't he? I can never remember who all auto-revives in here. I swear I've had him auto-reviving here, but I also have a memory of Pierre auto-reviving through here one time, which was weird. And that has never happened again, so that may have been my imagination. Ah, he doesn't. Good to know. For some reason I was sure he did. But not a big deal. Oh. That thing never goes that direction. It's gonna save some time here and use the warp wing. Also means I can just pop in and use the inn. A full MP for the boss. If things really go sideways, I have lots of healing available. Yeah, the downside to this is we have to go in through the underground again. If good news is we have the shortcut unlocked, so the underground is very brief. Oh, this could be bad. Don't kill anybody. I knew I should have saved. Oh my god, triple run fail, really? Quadruple run fail. Really? Okay, I think Hero still auto revives when you come out of here though, so. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, it does. Of all the characters to die in there, that was the optimal one. Oh, man. 4 run fails. No. I think I was just wrong. The time that I was pretty sure that it happened was like one of my first couple runs. So, my assumption is that I'm just incorrectly remembering. You know what? I did not give the shield and helmet to Pierre. That's a problem. It's not a huge problem, it's more of a convenience problem. Henry dying there is very ideal, because we don't want to sit through him leveling up because he leaves the party after this fight. Great. Yeah, the missing shield and helmet won't be a big deal because of these extra levels that we got from that metal slime. And we're going to be giving him an iron helmet and a magic shield once we get to Port Selmy anyway. Pretty good turnaround there. I don't think his inventory gets passed along. Yeah, it does not. Okay. You don't have an inventory. Why am I using yours? Oh, that's small metal. And I've stopped picking up holy waters here because I'm traumatized from a couple runs ago. There's a bug with metal slimes where if they die from a poison needle proc while they're being targeted with a holy water, they'll stick around, and that can break the targeting to the point where you can't actually select a target. And I lost a very early metal slime kill, and then went like another 10 minutes without even seeing one after that during a recent run. So I had to run away from the encounter because I couldn't target anything. So, I now just deal with it. No more holy waters. I swear, that's the hardest door in the game. I always miss it. You know what? Let's improv a little bit and give the scale shield to Pierre. I want him to have something. And this just means I'll definitely pick up the iron shield in Salabona. I usually just pick that up to sell it, but the money has never mattered. So I'm trying to make a point of just not picking that up anymore, but now I'm short on iron shield, so I will definitely be getting it this run. Metal slime, go! And it's not a metal slime. Actually, I can fight those now because I had enough money that I did not need to sell the chain whip. So that's good. Those are still a pain in the butt. But the owlbears are a fightable encounter now. Never mind everything I just said about the iron shield. Stop that. Plan B. Loot one from an owlbear. That's too funny. That is not a common drop. I completely forgot it's even in here. I would like some metal slimes, though. There's one. Don't run, please. Where have all the metal slimes gone? Allergy pills are not working today. Holy crap, I'm gonna rip my nose off. It's gonna get progressively redder over this run. Come on, metal slimes. You are needed. Look, even Slalon's ready for you. No, please don't run away. Good. Of course. Thank you, Poison Needle. It always sucks when a Metal Slime runs, and then on the next action, Slalon gets a Poison Needle proc on something. Alright. Now we need to get to at least level 9 on Pierre before we leave to have a fighting chance in the volcano. Level 9 is still very dangerous, but take what I can get, considering how often these metal slimes are running. Might just end up owlbear farming my way out of here. Owlbear farming. Why is English such a difficult language? This is gonna join, guaranteed. I just know it. Oh, wow. Run, Metaru. Hey there. Wow. Oh my goodness. Metaru. That's the worst encounter in here. Unless you successfully run on turn 1, it's just such a long encounter. Even if you attack them with the chain whip. It's so slow. And these are in one group, I should just expel them. Or I can script the menu. That's cool too. I think Pierre was immobilized. That threw off my timing. Metaru. This is obnoxious. Well, we're not getting any help from our poison needle. That just made this section take even longer. Yeah, this cave has not been doing me any favors in recent runs. You know, I'm not gonna risk failing to run here, just deal with it. And one survived, and it wasn't even the last one. XP has to come from somewhere. Level 7, yay! Been in here for about 10 minutes. No metal slime kills. I appreciate the first try runs, but not what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. No poison needle, I have to get lucky with crits or them not running. And with their run rate so far, it's not promising. And unfortunately, Hero does not learn outside until level 14. If he had it already, it would be worthwhile to cast outside, revive Slalon, and then come back in. But not an option. My goodness. You know you guys are allowed to stick it out and take some damage, right? And he's defending, of course. I'm gonna run out of healing before I kill a metal slime. It's not good. I mean, if that happens, we'll we'll find out what happens if we go to the volcano at level 7. It's theoretically doable if you successfully run away from things in the volcano, but it does make the boss a bit more dangerous. Alright, crit it, please. That is the opposite of critting. Okay. Okay. It's got between 0 and 0 health left. Metal slimes in this game have 3, 4, or 5 HP. Okay. So now I'll stop healing, and if I die, I die. Because our way out of here is a death warp anyway. I would still like to kill one more metal slime. Ran out of habit there. All those blue slimes I could be killing instead. Yeah. Just imagine. Here. That is not the time for that. Now's the time for a crit here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and die now. Not great. Not the worst I've had either. It's really a run saver that we even got the Metal Slime and the Tower of God earlier. Otherwise, he'd just now be at level 7. Oh man, that would be awful. Actually, without that extra level, we probably wouldn't have survived the cave long enough to farm that one Metal Slime. Alright, if we have a Benevolent Volcano, then the missing couple of levels there doesn't matter. There's still a chance also that we could get a Metal Slime or two in the volcano. Unfortunately, we won't have the Poison Needle anymore because I need to sell that for Pierre's Magic Shield. Quick bathroom break here. And I made it, alright. Having an internal debate here. I wonder if it'll be possible to get the Magic Shield and Iron Helmet, but keep the Poison Needle. I don't think so, but we'll see. I'll sell the Poison Needle last and see where we're at. Don't need that anymore. So that for about 100-ish. No. Wouldn't be able to pull it off. That's unfortunate. And I could go without the iron helmet, but since I forgot to take the wood helmet off of Henry, then that becomes problematic. I'm going to give that to you. Yeah, the good news is we did get to use all 3 of the life nuts on Pierre. So his HP isn't as low as it could be. We had to sell one of those. It could have been short up to 6 HP. That was a good walk. Move up, please, you jerk. Yeah, the 2 places where we can still get metal slime kills are going to be the volcano and the waterfall cave. Obviously the ones in the volcano would be ideal, because that experience would be nice to have for the volcano, but perfectly happy to get some in the waterfall cave as well. And that metal slime does not count. Ow! That is a metal slime knight. Not worth boatloads of experience, unfortunately. Dang it. Okay, good. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna save a little bit of time here, fortunately. It was a little light on the encounters. And we're dead. GG. Oh wait, nope, we're fine. Almost did it again. The majority of the of the Auroras in this game take you to Salabona, which we haven't gotten to yet. But it's you hit up on the first page to get there once you do unlock it. So whenever I'm doing Aurora, I always accidentally want to, not accidentally, just muscle memory makes me want to push up. It always gets me here, and then at the beginning of Gen 3, when we're going back to Grandvania. Off we go. The volcano is pretty scary at level 9. The main issue is going to be those horsehead demons. They cast Blazemore for about 50 damage, so if Pierre's under 100 HP, he cannot survive 2 hits, and they can show up in groups of 3 potentially. So you basically just have to hope we either first try run from those, or they choose not to class that Blazemore. Right, 9. It's safer at 11 because that's generally when you're going to be over like 105, which gives you an opportunity to survive 2 hits from it. But yeah, volcano's scary at every level, absolutely. Good sneak attack. I had one day when I was doing offline practice. I just wanted to practice the volcano segment, see how see if I could react better to particular encounters. Nice. And it took me 3 hours just to get to the volcano because I kept dying on the way there. But that was a level 9 Pierre. Yeah, if you get a lot of Lancers and you fail to run, then just getting to the volcano is part of the challenge. Most of the stuff there can be expelled. But the Lancers are just straight up dangerous. They have a chance to run away on their turn, but more often than not, they're going to hit for like 25 damage. Even through Pierre's armor. Could have probably expelled that, but better to be lucky than smart. So I don't need to get the Iron Shield this time, because I got the drop. Hello, wifey. How are you doing? Yeah, what I'll probably do is buy this shield after we get both of the rings. That night segment where you wake up and you go to talk to Ludman and Bianca. Because I could still use it for selling, because we have had a few extra expenses on this run. And don't forget to talk to her. Yeah, the biggest problem with having Pierre at level 9 in the volcano is... Okay, the biggest problem is the horse demons. That's always the biggest problem. Excluding that, the biggest problem is his health total on the boss fight. Because since we save time by putting him on an AI loop that'll heal him when he's low, his maximum health is low enough that he will try to conserve MP by casting heal instead of heal more. And if he does that too many times while all three Lava Savages are still alive, then you have the potential for him to heal for 30-ish, take 33 damage, heal for 30-ish, take 33 damage, rinse, repeat until he's out of MP, and then he dies because he can't heal anymore. Alright. Now, we scream and run. Anyone you walk away from is a win. Really? Oh my goodness, okay. Well, then we run first try anyway. I don't know the exact percentage on those elephants, but I almost always expel them on the first try. That's a perfect fight. That is the best fight to get here. This is one of the worst. Okay. Well, we made it here safely. Can we survive to the bottom? Spoiler alert, probably not. Well, at least two of them aren't paying attention. That's not good. Okay, that's good. Do I have a magic water? I do. Actually, no, you hold on to it. At least it's there. Couldn't remember if I picked that up in the Rura house or not. Lucky me, I thought ahead. Wouldn't mind some metal slimes. Now, those are expellable, but they'll usually try to paralyze first, and Pierre generally resists paralysis pretty well. So the smart thing to do is probably defend, expel, but... meh. That's what we don't want to see. First try run is what we want to see, though. That's what we do want to see. Great fight. Metal slimes are better, but if I'm not getting metal slimes, the whip dudes are what I want to see. Now, if we're lucky, this will be the last encounter we get on this floor. If we're super lucky, we'll get metal slimes. Or none of the above. We can get ambushed by killing machines. Okay. Need to make sure I've got at least 2 HP or 2 MP left for casting upper here. Alright. Well, we made it through here at least. Now, we hope for good luck. Well, Hero's not getting any experience from this fight. That's nice. Okay, so now we really need to get metal slimes in the waterfall cave, because that's going to put us behind our target experience for learning outside by Kandar. Okay, good. Yeah, if he's in the 20s, then there's a solid chance he uses heal more instead of heal. If he sits like right at 31, 32, he's probably just gonna waste some MP. Now normally I would take this opportunity to walk away, refill my water, but I need to be very careful to see if I need to just take control and manually have him heal. Okay, we should be fine now. Once you're down to 2, then we're good. Good. Heal more. Good. Now, Pia, remember, you can crit. Okay? That is one of your options. Yeah, so there's an example. He was at 30 HP, so because it's more efficient, he used heal instead of heal more. If he does that when all 3 of them are alive, it's just a wasted turn with lost MP. Yeah, where's that Kaishin? Fine. Don't do it. I don't need it anyway. Overall, aside from Hero dying and not getting any of this experience, it's a very good volcano. First tried it. Never argue with a first try volcano. Now we got a death warp. Forgot to change my thing here. But hey, good news is this is the best best encounter to Death Warp against. Alright, so at this point we'll leave Brownie dead. We no longer need him. Basically the only reason we ever keep him alive is to soak the damaged floor in the volcano, but I used Slalon for that since he was already dead. Here on out, his only purpose for existence is bag space. Okay, now we need to go get the water ring. A decent encounter. Alright, now pretty much the ideal situation here is we're going to get 2 Metal Slime kills in the Waterfall Cave. Chances of that happening are essentially 0. But that would put us right back on track for being able to cast outside. Reinhardt, he is on hero today. Crash Wagon has joined the party. Hooray. I've gotten to a point where I'm scared to wait for the first encounter to make that swap. Because if you get ambushed and she dies, you have to go revive her before she can open that gate. So, a terrible, terrible thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure on the splits I'm comparing against, she died, and I lost a couple of minutes to it, so theoretically this should be a free time save. Look at that 0 encounter. Alright, so the Lancers are the enemies we're really scared of here. Still. Basically, anywhere they show up, they're the most terrifying part of the zone. most other enemies aren't really going to be a threat. The orcs can cause some damage, but they're not quite as deadly as the lancers. Poison's a little inconvenient, but not a huge deal. Very good floor. Wow. Having some really good walks in here, that's for sure. Only way for my luck to get better is to get some metal slimes. Here we go. Metaru, Metaru, Metaru. That is not Metaru. Whew, okay. Also not Metaru. Starting to think we're not going to find some metal slimes in here. Well, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, it'll be helpful for casting outside after Kandar, but I no longer have enough MP to cast outside from here, so we're definitely death warping out of this one. But that is not a big deal. We get plenty of money after this. Getting insanely lucky with encounter rates in here, that is for damn sure. Like, this is insane. I've never had this few encounters up to this point. Would like some metal slime still. Looky there. Give me 2 of these, at least. We need some crits, guys. 3 damage and he ran. Okay, I'm still here. Don't run. Don't run, don't run, don't run. Got 2. Woo! Back on track. Get lucky RTA exemplified. Still didn't get level 14, so we would be death warping anyway. But he should be close enough to level 14 that he's gonna level up off of Kandar. That was amazing. Could it really be that simple? Three crits! And we killed 4 metal slimes. I wish I had the MP to cast outside now. But oh man. That's hilarious. We got Rukedon for Kandar, that helps a lot. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. 3 crits for 4 kills. Now, obviously we lost some time there because of the extra levels, but that's a good bit of stability that we're gonna have going forward. Because that's gonna make any times that Flora dies on the path to Grandvania a lot safer. It's also gonna give us a good chunk of extra HP for Kandar. Demon Tower. Jami fight should be free after that. Yeah. I mean, it's not a huge time loss. It's more of a time loss within the segment, but not necessarily overall. That might also give me enough HP on the hero for him to have a better chance of surviving Mirrodros phase 2 on turn 1, which would mean he could come in as extra damage or healing potentially. Why did I go in this order? Oh well, doesn't really matter. I'm just so excited about 5,000 metal slimes at once. I always loop down the bottom and then come up. Like, I don't even have any muscle memory that takes me this direction. But whatever. Also, though, we overall saved time on the segment because of the lack of encounters. I had I had multiple segments in there that had no encounters whatsoever. Alright, talk fast, Ludman, I gotta go. 139 HP on Pierre. Oh my god. We got a beefy boy here, ladies and gentlemen. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, bum, bum. Alright, Henry's gonna come here and cut into our time save like a jerk. Oh. Yeah, we had a single metal slime kill before that, right? That was a total of 5 in the waterfall cave? Unheard of. I want to say it was 5. I don't think I had a double kill before that one. I think I got 1 metal slime a few encounters prior to that. But yeah, either way, it was a lot. It was enough that if that had happened in the Santa Rosa cave, I would have been in really good shape. Was it 2 on the first? It might have been. I think it was. Yeah, it was 2 on the first. So yeah, 6 total. Jeez. Yeah, because I remember getting 2 and then saying that that was putting me back on track for the Kandar level 14, so yeah. Huzzah. Shut up, Bloodman. This guy loves the sound of his own voice. He should stream. Alright, now we need a nice, smooth couple of caves here. If I get the encounter rates that I had in the waterfall cave all the way to Grandvania, I will be in amazing shape. Hey, Grillin, how's it going? Not a fun day? Dare I ask? Hey, thank you very much for the resub, Krillin. 3 months. Much appreciated. Oh, one of those days. I know the feeling. Don't tell her I said that, though. Now for the long sea voyage.
But if I'm not burn my tongue off. Do it. That would count, and then you can't
Yeah, somewhere around here. Oh. Double Rukani and a miss? Hell yeah. Alright. Although that reminds me. Oh. Equip her Silk Veil. Because even though she starts with it in her inventory, and it's better than what she has equipped, she doesn't have it equipped by default. Alright. So now this is a very long segment that does not unlock a new warp point until the very end. Because Chizad, the town that we get to about halfway through this segment, is not a return point. So if you die at any point in the next 10 minutes or so, you have to start from the beginning of this part all over again, every time. Good. 3 in a row. Detour over here to pick up a prayer ring. Nice ambush. Wow. Well, I guess we've completely wasted our good encounter rates. Dragon running there was pretty huge, actually. That's fine. I'll do it this way. My brain never accounts for dead characters at the back of the party. Oh, well, that's a free run. So was that. Okay. Alright, so in this chest we get the water flying clothes. It's going to give her a nice defense boost, and then they will spend the rest of the run on Slalon. Half step away from entering the cave. Okay. First try at least. Keep resisting that paralysis. Man. Should have just expelled those guys, but oh well. Permitted now. I don't generally plan for triple run fails. There's so many encounters in here. It's only a problem if we run out of MP before we get to the end, though. Yeah, next time I get this encounter, I'm just expelling them. That's 2 triple run fails on them in a row. Ridiculous. Quadruple run fail. It's also a problem if you're not. Yeah. Trash wagon. This. No. Oh boy. Of course. This is an obscene number of encounters. Okay, at least we made it out. Womp. Alright, we can still save time if the second half of the cave run is nice to us. I think I've had that happen before. Maybe. Maybe not. I've absolutely had it be a dick before. I don't think there's any part of any Dragon Quest game that hasn't been a dick to me at some point. This is our first fighter here. We're gonna buy a whole bunch of those coming up. Those are a consumable item version of buy kill. Alright, so Hero's got the steel sword now. Pierre's got the sword of slumber, but we're still not taking any fights yet, so we're not actually going to equip those until we finish shopping in Grandvania. We're going to have new shields and an iron mask for Pierre. And that iron helmet's going to go over to the hero at that point. Remember when I said I was just going to expel these next time I see them? I lied. There we go. She remembered how to first try run. Don't do this to me again. I had a run die in this cave, or this room, because I got 3 encounters back to back with multiple run fails. And it's normally a 1 or 2 encounter room. Occasionally 0. Okay, 1 ran, that's good. What? Oh, right. You can't give orders to Flora. I was trying to tell her to defend. That doesn't work that way. Well, that didn't go as smoothly as I wanted it to. It ate my up input. She did not try to run there. It's all good.
Yes, it is.
Some rogue armor. I'm gonna sell that. Here's our first world leaf. 1 of 3. Bunch of jerk birds. Those are far less dangerous than the ones in the volcano because they don't just spam blaze more. Half the time they do nothing. Mesa. Kira. Jeez, dude. Definitely losing time from encounter rates here. This may be the highest encounter rate I've had here. I'm pretty sure on the Staff of Punishment screen we're gonna get an encounter on the transition. It just feels like one of those runs. Half step away from the stairs. That's a dangerous fight. Those guys can go infinite with immobilizing people. Hagure is a trap. Always a trap. If you ever kill a Hagure in Dragon Quest V RTA, you're either desperate or you made a mistake. Half step away again. My goodness. Oh, there's just almost no chance of killing them. It's like, if you take the time to actually attack them, it's probably because you're ridiculously far behind on experience. Plus, the experience is going to level up the characters that you don't want to waste time leveling up. Oh, this could be problematic. Don't paralyze. There we go. Not that I'm aware of. I haven't been able to get one to work, so I assume not. There's not a whole lot of resources available in English for this game, unfortunately. So, I'm stuck between what has been done in English and the limited Google Translate that I can do. Most of the routing that I've done has just been from experimentation, but I don't have solid numbers to back it up like Tonic generally does. Alright. Brownie. Slalon.
Oh, the pops.
Yeah. And Flora appears out of nowhere behind us. Alright. Go. So there is some time to save on Kandar here, because on the splits I'm comparing against, I had to walk out because I didn't have outside, and Slalon did not have Rukanon yet. So Kandar should be a faster fight, and I theoretically will level up off of it. Yeah, when I was making my initial notes for this, I took a couple of documents from the spreadsheet on Discord and kind of compared notes on those while watching Darko's run. And then adjusted from there through experience. Alright. Here we find out this is our uncle, as our dad was actually king of Grandvania. Our uncle has been covering for him ever since he disappeared. And he wants us to take over, which requires us to go to the Cave of Trials and get the Royal Seal. And here we get a whole bunch of shop menuing. Tons and tons of fun. Stay out of the way, dog. Ah. At least I didn't bonk him. Dun, 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 dun.
Also, you should realize me. I'll just. What do I do?
A total of 8 fighter hairs. 2 for Hero, 2 for Pierre, 4 for Slalon.
No. All I want. No. I bought this because I wanted to start. Oops, I don't
I'm gonna get 1 extra one just in case. Gives me a little bit of wiggle room. Got plenty of money today. Got a couple of Aeolus shields here. We can use those as an item in combat to expel enemies. I actually want to go back and sell that iron shield. Not want it in my inventory. Might as well get a few bucks for it. I always forget that. Alright, now Pierre does not have armor equipped right now, but that's because we are going to be getting him the blade armor in a chest just inside the Cave of Trials here. Good. Good, 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 good. Bad. Still bad. Nobody got cursed, and we only had 2 encounters. Not a bad result overall. Now we can have minimal encounters here, and a quick Kandar fight. And in good shape. No, don't you dare kill my hero. Okay, need to start. 22 MP left on the hero. Need to make sure he's got 8 left when we leave. Well, I've got a couple prayer rings now, so that's not the end of the world if he runs out. Now Pierre has armor. Now if we're lucky, we've only got 1 more random encounter before the Kandar fight, but we'll probably have 2 or 3. Jellyman, leave me alone. Well, that wasn't very nice. Okay. Alright. Got the Royal Seal. So no more random encounters until after Kandar. To attack with Pierre. Oh, my my tactics got adjusted and I wasn't paying attention. Look at that. Okay, well in that case we'll mix it up a little bit. You'll heal. You'll buff Pierre, you'll buff Hero.
I'll say fine.
You attack. You heal yourself. You cast Increase. Come on, Nifuramu. Do your thing. There we go. 500th try is the charm. Level 15 Pierre. 10 more HP. There we go, we got outside. Nailed it. Oh, pfft. I knew that. Can't use it from this room. And we already have a prayer ring gone. If Hero dies right here, I'll be very sad. Really? You're gonna do me like that? I've got outside and I can't use it. And I don't have any Warp Wings left either, so I can't cast Return either. So that is a completely wasted prayer ring, unfortunately. The good news is they're not usually that big of a deal. We have to walk out of here, and then we have to walk back to Grand Bania. That is pretty brutal. Yeah, funny thing is, I was like 8 gold off of, Oh, don't kill Slalon. I was about 8 gold off of buying the 8th Chimera Wing, back in El Capa so many years ago. Where am I on? Alright. So we have now earned the right to be king. Huzzah. And what timing? Our wife is in labor. The term "our wife" is a little bit awkward. Sancho, you piece of shit. What? Twins? Wow! Who could have possibly known that was about to happen? You got Naboru. Imagine if that was the end of the game and Kandar was actually the final boss. Also, I love how the hero just, like, slides across the bottom of the table there. Oh, he's on the table tile when he goes to the left. I kind of picture him doing one of those slides like you see somebody sliding across the hood of a car, trying to look cool. That's the image that I've got when he crosses the table there. Oh no, where's my family? Wife is gone. She has been kidnapped. Okay. Couldn't remember if Slalon died or not. We're good. We got our wing shoes here. Come on, Slalon outspeed Pierre. Dang it. Of course not. Oh, now you do. He gets the Kaishin. That was the most unnecessary fighter hair of all time, but I had 2 extras, so it was worth it. Alright, let's expel these guys. First try, go, go, go. I'll take it. Pierre is in the mood. Nice. Not a fan of that encounter. Just about to open the menu and top off. Okay. Good. Encounter rates are back to being acceptable. Nearly ideal, actually. I'll take this encounter on this floor any day. You can get the arm lions here. They're quite dangerous. On strength. There's World Leaf number 2. This is not what we want to see. First try run is what we want to see, though. That's a terrifying encounter. Oh no. Okay. Getting a lot of encounters on the half step before I transition to a new area today. Okay, you stupid rock. I hate you so much. Okay. When you push that rock from the side, it's a 50-50 on whether it goes up or down. Okay, one turned it. I will take it. Almost forgot to flip the switch. That switch is so easy to forget, because you walk up to it, the encounter starts, and then you can flip the switch.
Mine's gonna be at 8. I'm so 8.
That damage from having Rukin is so good. Yeah, you buff hero. Well, I should have defended Slalon there. That was an accident. Got lucky. Okay, good. Need to get a little bit lucky here with him not attacking Hero, because Hero, once the Zenithian Shield Reflect goes up, the only character that can heal that target is the character themselves. Unless they're using the Staff of Benediction, but we don't have that yet. And Hero was out of MP. Great, we got 2 Rukinons off. Now he can go ahead and kill Slalon, and we're fine with it. I actually want Slalon to die here, so we don't waste time watching him level up. Or you can just miss everything. Come on, kill Slalon. There we go. Excellent. Alright, so now we've got a 6.5 minute cutscene, so I'm gonna step away, go for a little walk, grab some more water, grab a snack, and I will be back. I will see you guys shortly. Alrighty. It was a nice 8-year nap. Back to the grind. Hope everybody had a good vacation between Gen 2 and Gen 3. Goes to you. Here, got the armband of sacrifice. That goes to Brownie. I don't have. Yeah, I did talk to Sancho. Okay. Seal to Brownie. Slalon fighter here to Hero. Actually need to fix that helmet. It's not going to be where I expect it to be. This will be on Brownie. There we go. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. Okay, now you can kill some. Perfect. Very good. Now we'll go to El Haven, where we're going to get our magic key. So far, as soon as I was right when I choose to talk, I get the encounter. I was about to say, great encounter right so far on the way to this cave. And the game objected to that statement. Now, that is a safely expellable encounter, but fortunately with that cursed armor that Sancho has, it's not really dangerous anyway. Would like more than a couple steps though. That'd be nice. I just tried to half tile with a ship. Does not work out. There we go. Good. Now we're going to make 2 trips into Elhaven. First we're going to go get the magic carpet. And then we're going to go back in for the magic key. Oh my gosh. No. No. Oh my god. They're doing it. This encounter is stupid. Thank you. Holy cow. Wow, everybody that can heal is paralyzed. Alright, those guys can cast Beat, which is why Sancho is currently holding onto a Stone of Life. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I already got rid of the fur hood. I was looking for the fur hood to toss it, but I sold that a while back. Bum 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 ba bum bum bum. right. You can't go there at night. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. I also don't know why they bothered blocking that off. I'm the king. Let me go into the treasury. There's our meteorite armband. Hooray! I need to go revive Slalon. Then we got more shopping to do. And I just realized, yeah, she got that. Yeah, more often than not, your son ends up coming into Elhaven instead of your daughter. And his muscle memory swapped him in. Or swapped the character in his position in to loot the key, and well, I need her inventory space. The robe. Armor. And your sword. 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3 on the fighter hairs. 2 to Hero, 2 to Daughter, 2 to Sancho, 3 to Pierre. Oh, I did not equip the magic shield on the hero yet. Need to remember to do that before we go into the tower here. Now we're going to get our third world leaf. God, Pierre is so beefy. He's normally 14 or 15 at this point, not 16. But that's what happens when you get 6 extra metal slimes. I usually cast outside here, but I think it's actually slightly faster to walk back, assuming you don't get this encounter. Oh, Lord. Jelly man. Those guys are great. They mostly just sit there casting Iron Eyes. Nice. Come on now. Good encounters so far. A very good Sky Tower. And now we hope for good luck. Okay. I didn't remember equipping the Hat of Happiness on him, so I wanted to make sure I did not whiff on that, but we're good. Nice. Basically, the one enemy we do not want to see in here are the Spikerus. And, oh, and these. Thanks for reminding me. Really appreciate that. Okay. I stand corrected. There are two enemies we don't want to see in here. Spikerus and Satan Holmes. That was good. Oops. I did increase instead of Nifaramu. Alright. Who's cursed? Sancho. Whoop. Almost screwed that up. Alright, well, this means we don't have any MP on Sancho. That's fine. Slalon is still Meteorite armbanded with Scruto. My left ear is intensely uncomfortable right now. My allergies are not doing well today. Going well so far. It only takes one Spikerus encounter to flip all of this on its head. I should have done increase. Committed to running now. That was an impossibly good walk. I have never made it from that doorway to that cart without an encounter before. Was not even aware it was possible until now. Busan here has been riding in a circle since the game began, when we were a child. Hopefully last encounter coming up right here. That was an incredibly tame Taroko. 0 Spikerus. Minimal healing, really. I will take that any day. Get a little bit of flashback here, during which I'm going to see to my ear, and then I will return. Alright. Hopefully that solves that problem. We made it back in time for the best track in the game. Okay, gotta remember that Sancho was cursed, so I'm gonna remove that while we're here. Otherwise, I will never think of it again until my screen flashes. What I wanted to do. $200? What a ripoff. What's up, Gramps? And from this point on, we can no longer use Chimera Wings or Cast Rura to get out of this house. Alright, let's go low encounter rate. Or not. Alright, this is fun. Let's go Aeolus, and you. Hopefully outspeed them. Okay, good. Okay, that was basically the best result there. Ambushed. Fortunately, it's ambushed by a not-so-dangerous encounter. Very tame Forest 1. Probably get one or two more encounters during the Fairy Sword part. Just depends on how lucky you are with that screen transition and then talking to Bella. Fairy horn. Hooray! That gives us access to the fairy castle, which is where we can go to swap our fake orb for the real orb. Oh. Wow, 0 encounters on Forest 2. Excellent. You know what? I'm actually gonna go get this Elfin Elixir. It's the right one, right? Yeah. Just because we broke one of the prayer rings already. I want to have that. Autopilot reorder threw me off. Here, the Fairy Queen tells us she can create a new golden orb, but she cannot give it its power to allow Zenithia to fly. Fortunately, there's a painting here in the castle that can send us wherever we want to go, including the past. It just takes a long time to do it. Well, almost forgot to talk to the guard. I was sitting here thinking, I was like, why do I go left instead of right? It'd be faster to go to the right. Because we talked to the guard. Down here we're going to get the princess robe, which daughter's going to be wearing for the rest of the game. And that staff of thunder, which we're going to be selling for 15 grand. Ridiculously valuable. Okay, I feel like I forgot something equipment-wise. Nope, we're good. I couldn't remember if I'd, Actually, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. I couldn't remember if I ever got around to actually equipping the magic shield on the hero. I recalled seeing that I had forgotten it earlier. But, oh, at some point in there, I did take care of that. Yeah. 300 more gold. That'll do it. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. That. Yeah. Well. That was not ideal, but it works out. Just checking something. I wasn't sure if she could equip the magic shield or not. I had never actually tried it before, but nope, she cannot use it. Alright, so this next split has a potentially huge time save, because on the splits I'm comparing against, I lost 14 minutes of the tower. So if we have a good, clean, one-shot tower, then we're in very good shape. And also the fact that we're only plus 2 minutes compared to that super early Pierre run, pretty cool. Actually a really good place to be right now. That's a grappling hook, which we're going to use to get into the Tower of Bobel. And we're just going to hope that everything goes well from there. This hope is all we have at this point. The next couple of segments are extremely RNG heavy. Gotta get really lucky. God, I missed the tower. It's a good thing these are like level 1 encounter enemies here. And we have all 3 of our leaves still. Ideally, I'll keep at least 1 for the Great Temple, but particularly... Oh my goodness, no. Oh, thank you. Particularly if we lose somebody in the basement, I will probably go ahead and use a World Leaf in here. Those birds know beat. Okay, lots of encounters here. Thank you. And not fightable encounters. There have been birds on every single freaking encounter. Black dragons are the safest encounter I can find. To get some of those, I will actually fight them because I can get some experience on Daughter, and we can come out of it at nearly full HP on everybody. But you know what I didn't do? I did not grab the full moon herbs. That's fine. I'll just grab those when we open the shortcut. Bing! Very good trip 1 into the tower. Stop it. Give that to Sancho. Actually, hang on. I want to heal up while we're out here using Hero's MP. Into the basement we go. This is a pretty good encounter to fight. This should get daughter up a level. Make the basement slightly more manageable. That's why the Zenithian shield is so important here. We did not have the Zenithian shield on daughter. She would have been killed by that double blade or double fire bane. 26 MP left on Pierre. She got outsped. Oh wait, no, she didn't. For some reason I thought she hadn't gone yet. Whew. I was a little uncomfortable there, but we're fine. Prayer ring is doing its work. Wow. Really good. Front of her Sancho, you fairy sword. Take a turn to heal. Almost accidentally used that elfin elixir. Gotta be really careful of the inventory shift after using that fighter here. Hello. Yeah, this is a pretty safe fight once you've got the setup going. Because you'll top everybody off every turn. Easy. You got the eye. Wow, and no encounter on the way out of that room? That's amazing. Almost definitely going to get one before these stairs because there's 2 screen transitions. Ooh, this is dangerous. That's lucky. It's unfortunate. Okay. This encounter is actually fine. Very good. Free level, hooray! Just a little bit more survivability for Gemma. Now we just need to hope that we don't have bad luck on paralysis. The reason we have those full moon herbs is specifically for Sancho and Pierre to be able to remove paralysis on daughter. Oh boy. I don't trust myself to be lucky enough to run from this twice. Okay. She has a staff that can remove it as many times as we need to, but if she gets paralyzed 3 times, then we're kind of screwed. You know what? He's got plenty of MP. I don't need to risk the ring unless we have another encounter here. Question here is, did Pierre get his off? Looks like he might have. You know what? I need to have you defend. As you should. Not give her the sword. Pierre's got it. That's fine though. Nice Kaishin. Oh yeah. Remember when I already established the fact that Pierre got paralyzed before he managed to buff himself? That. Good. Another Kaishin, excellent. Going well so far. Should be dead soon. There it is. Whew. That was a very good tower. Unfortunately, we're not done here. Still have to come back in and go get the staff in the orb, but this is generally the hard part. Ugh. Okay, it feels good to be through here in one shot. We didn't even have to use one of the leaves. So we've got 3 leaves for the temple, which makes that a lot safer. Basically, as long as we don't get completely wiped out in a single fight, then we can get all the way through the temple. Oh, go down first. Just a casual 16-minute time save. You know what, just run from this crap. Yeah, that was a nearly perfect Gemma split. I had to leave to pick up the full moon herbs, which I ended up not needing, fortunately, but better to have them and not need them. But encounters were pretty good, lots of first try runs. Nobody died. Really? You can get an encounter on the rope. Today I learned. Quadruple run fail. Fantastic. Yeah, her dying now is fine. She's gotten all the experience she needs out of here. The boss is dead. We're just grabbing loot and leaving here. Everybody dying here is not fine. I don't know why I did that the way I did. Wow. Okay, we're actually sitting on quite a bit of money here. So, which I need later. So, just for the sake of security, I'm gonna leave, grab Hero to replace Daughter for some extra healing, and then go back for the final trip up. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, he's only got 1 MP. Oh well, he's an extra body to hopefully prevent us from wiping. Or you can just die here. My goodness. Let's just do this the hard way, shall we? This encounter rate is too much. Now, those gold golems are worth 1,000 gold per kill. So if for some reason we do wipe here and have to, we can come back and farm some of the gold back. Or we can just first try run for the rest of the tower and we're good. Oh no. Today I'm not going to try to get cute. I'm leaving the Z shield on daughter. Or Ramada. Because I'm not an idiot today. I can't cast outside. That's funny. Yeah, you can't drop off there either. It'll be faster to go up and then drop down. I believe. Never had to do this before. I'm fairly certain that's true. She's dead, so I can't cast Rora either. Alright, so after we get our Dragon Bell here, I'm gonna take a quick stop off at Ned's Inn. We're gonna revive people. Take a stop off at the inn for MP. So the auto revive does not recover MP. Yeah, slimes are all over the place. Especially around here. I mean, there's one right there. Actually, there's two. There's a metal slime on his head. Might as well take a safety save since we're here. Ugh. Hopefully we won't need it. I mean, we got 3 world leaves, so we'd have to have a horrifically bad encounter rate in the Great Temple in order to need this safety save. Good night, buddy. Love you. Was I too close to the town when I did that? It helps if I use the right item. What is going on? You can't be on a half tile next to the ocean either. Yeah, my wife loves slimes, so basically anytime I want something that's slime related, no matter how much it costs, I know I can get away with it. We actually have 4 of those big blue ones. She's level 15, so make sure. Yeah, okay. Hero's gonna be fighter herring on this one. We're good. We are good. I did not remove the shield. I did not. Okay. I did not. So daughter should hit level 16 on this fight, which will get us by kill. World Do is on hero, not daughter. Gotta keep that in mind. Healed immediately. Fighter hair on Sancho. Woo. I hope I get lucky here. Okay, should be okay. Use that a little earlier than I want to. That was close. Nice. Everybody survived. Hooray. That's by kill. By Kiruto. Extra 12 HP from level 17. So good. Alrighty. Now comes the fun part. Get lucky. That is the only plan here. As long as one character survives to the end, and I've got one leaf left at that point, we're good to go, because I can... Ooh, is that all three of them? Well, that's not good. What was I saying about everybody, one person surviving? Somebody wake up, please. Oh my god. You got to be kidding me. I don't want to refight Ramada. How much money do I have? I need to. Damn. That sucks. Good thing I did that safety save. Putting everybody to sleep on turn 1. That's what I thought. You don't have the staff yet. I'm all thrown off. Hey! Come on. There we go. God, that was the worst luck. Ugh. Alright, Ramada, you get a second shot at this. No, I need to Z-shield first. Going heavy on those AoEs. Nice Kaishin. Stop using AoEs all the time. You have other options. Ah, damn it. It's not the end of the world if he dies here. It's just inconvenient. Since I have all of my leaves still, I'll probably use one on him before we enter. Just so that I've got that extra body and all that extra healing. Because ideally... I mean, ideally nobody dies on the walk to Ivol, but if I can get either Sancho or daughter down there alive, I can have them revive the other one. And then the third party member for the boss fight is Pierre, who's sitting in the wagon safely, so... It has us potentially using 2 world leaves. So we got 2 left. We're doing MP on hero. Come on, you gotta be able to run from something, guys. Really? Triple run fail. My god. Well. YOLO Sancho. Ugh. Not a good idea. Nothing here is a good idea. I basically have no correct options at this point. The question is, how lucky do I get when making a bad decision? If I can just get to the last room with Sancho still alive, I can revive daughter, and we're fine. But he's gonna be taking the brunt of every single fight. But leaving is rough because I can't cast outside. Both of them are dead. So I'd have to walk all the way out anyway. If I do another reset, we have to fight Ramada a 3rd time. If I use a World Leaf here, good chance that whoever I use it on dies again. And then I end up using the 3rd one here, and we've got none for Evil Mountain. Which, honestly, I think is the best of the bad decisions. So. And I have to revive daughter, not hero, because one of these 2 needs to make it to the end with the last world lead. And it's not going to be Sancho. If I can just get through this room, then we're fine. I have to fight Ramada again. Well, there goes all of my time saves. Minus 16 minutes, and then get fucked. That's great temple for you. It's really unfortunate. This is basically the polar opposite of the Great Temple that we had last time. Last time I made it through with nobody dying, and now I'm on my 3rd Ramada fight. But I can't afford to lose the money from resetting, plus I used 2 world leaves there. Like, even if I could make up the money, which there are ways around it, potentially, losing 2 world leaves and then having to go through again anyway, that's just a that's a bad decision all around. Cannot afford to waste 2 world leaves on a failed attempt. Oh yeah, red splits were gonna happen on this one no matter what, because I had an extremely early Pierre recruit, and that's always the big issue. If you have an early Pierre, your next run's gonna look bad. And they're not red by much, so the swings in this game are like 20 minutes sometimes. Alright. Now, ideally we can get through this fight without using that World Dew. It would be nice to have that on hand for Eivel. Why is that not registering my left? Yeah. If she keeps using single target attacks, we're very happy, but doesn't appear to be the case. Okay. Alright, all 3 alive. Still have the World Dew. So we're in better position than we were last time, at least. But as we have seen many, many times, the position you're in really doesn't matter. It comes down to whether or not you can run. Just gotta win some coin tosses, that's all. That second prayer ring is really helping us out by not breaking. Oh dear. Thank you. Finally, we won one. We won a 50-50 for the first time in the Great Temple. Two in a row. Wow. Good. Good. I want them hitting daughter on that because she gets a huge defense boost from that fairy sword. Everybody else is basically at their base defense because that increase gets countered by their Rukanon. Ring is still alive. We also have that extra elfin elixir, so not the end of the world if the ring decides to break. It's risky. Good. Okay, we still have all of the world leaves on this now, because we reset. So if we just need Sancho or daughter to make it to the end of this room, and we'll be in good shape. It's all about getting the first turn runs. That's the only deciding factor in success in this split, is if you run or not. Okay, Pierre still got 40 MP. Great shape. Okay, so shield to you. Pierre still has the Z sword, yes. Don't you do it. Alright, well we're using one leaf. That's fine though, we still have 2 left. Excuse me? Hey, cool. Everybody's already dead. Z sword. Nice, Kaishin. Another Kaishin. I'm actually gonna use this opportunity to have Pierre heal. I'm a little low on Sancho's health here. Oh shit. I didn't Z-sword him. That's fine. I'll just do it now. He killed himself. Alright. It's messy, but it worked. Yeah, I had to get a little bit creative with Pierre helping out with heals because I forgot to put the World Duo on Daughter. It's still sitting on the hero's inventory. But that does mean we've got it for the Dark World, which is nice. I heard you like levels. Alright. I know. Still want to hold on to that. Essentially, I'll give that to the brownie. Not see what that is. Alright, make sure you guys aren't holding anything that I need. That to go to brownie. Oh, the roller coaster. Okay. On the dark dark theme, it kind of looks like a bloody razor blade. I was like, that's a little bit weird. Yeah, well, roller coaster pretty much describes DQ RTA. I mean, last time I had horrific luck on the Gamma Split. This time I had great luck on the Gamma Split and a shitty temple. It evens out. But it evened out with me slightly ahead, so... Also, on these splits, Miradras did his strong pattern. So, if I get either of the other two, that fight should go faster as well. Miradras 1 was pretty bad too, because of shit. So, I mean, sub 6 is dead, but PB's not dead. Not want to forget to equip the meteorite armband. You want a real roller coaster? Leave the turn order up to chance on Born. Like, will the heal all go off in time? Let's find out. I've done it. It's not fun. Fairy Sword goes to Sancho. Here should have 2 fighter hairs. What the? Oh, you do, okay. I didn't see them at first. Alright, we're gonna go Sancho up here, Hero. This is about as stompy as Final Fantasy 13. Alright. Fairy Sword. Rider Hair Sancho. And Upper on Pierre. Rider Hair yourself. Man, here it's actually totally okay for Hero to die. I actually want him to, because we don't want him gaining too much experience and wasting time with the level ups. here should be fine. Nice. Oh dear. Okay. Screw those things. Nice ambush. You guys are a lot less scary now. Gained a few levels since last time I saw you. You're still putting in work. Bad news, though. You gotta kill more than one of us. Oh, not this again. Slightly better than it went last time. That encounter almost wiped us earlier. Okay. Need some good encounters here, and we'll be very happy. It's our Sage Stone. Doctor. That goes. Addiction, and that goes to daughter. Shield. That goes. Still have worldlies. Those to you. Bone of life. Where did that end up? Equip you. That's what the Stone of Life is for. These guys cast defeat. Okay. Should be safe to Johanna. Nice. Alright, now we're gonna go buy our final item, which is gonna be a sword for Pierre. Lizard sword. You asshole. Oh, the dragon killer. You know what? I want to keep the hero's dragon mail, just for survivability. I've got some extra fighter hairs I can get rid of. Actually, no I don't. Do I have an option? And you know what? We got plenty of these. Yeah. Normally I'd sell the dragon mail off the hero there, but since I was so close, I decided to see if I could hold on to it. Slightly more tankiness during this walk. Now, Evil Mountain is a return point, so as long as we get there with one person alive, we're fine. Of course, if I have to go revive people, I don't have enough money for that, which means I will be selling the dragon mail, but hopefully that's not an issue. Alright, and everybody's in pretty good shape with HP and MP, so let's just go. Good. that's not do you and you. So Brownie has the Armband of Sacrifice equipped, so if he dies, it'll effectively expel any enemies that are in the fight. So it's kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card for one really bad encounter. So far, the encounter rate has been decent. Very good room. Brief little cutscene here. Ugh. We found our mom! And now she's gonna die. Because Dragon Quest. Things never end well for your parents once you find them. To run. Ow. 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 Okay. Good news, I have 2 world leaves left. So the other one is on daughter. Alright, so that was the Echoing Cap, which we're going to be putting on Slalon. It causes his spells to cast twice, which is amazing. But not equipping it yet, because I still want him to have a Hat of Happiness for the moment for the MP recovery while we walk around. Wait, that's on daughter, isn't it? Sneak attack, running away. Not taking the bait. We're short on time as it is. Yeah, How to Happiness is on daughter right now, so it doesn't matter. Oh boy. We're getting there. There's the Metal King helmet for Pierre. Makes him tanky AF. Not gonna take the chance here. Okay. Don't want to risk them resisting Expel and then killing somebody, so... Brownie's gonna take us to the finish line. Getting pummeled by Gigantes. Now, this room has no encounters. So we probably only have one random encounter left in the game. In the Hell Battler room. Speaking of Hell Battlers... Fairy Sword to Pierre. Wait. What did I do wrong? Hold up. How did I screw up the puzzle? Oh, that's a first. I was sitting here thinking about inventory, making sure all the items were in the right place, and went in the wrong direction. Okay, so this room does have encounters still. Suck it, nerds. Alright, Sancho, Pierre, daughter. Sancho is going to Sage Stone. Pierre's going to use the Fairy Sword. Daughter's going to by-kill Pierre. There we go. Pierre, Son, Flora, and hope that these two get themselves killed. Yeah, we just don't want them gaining experience from this fight, because their levels are a complete waste. They're not used in the final battle. This so I don't forget it. And learn from experience, it is very bad to forget to pop off Pierre before we go in here. Double check my notes here, just to be sure. That again, just in case. Go to daughter. First one's good. Sancho's got the Sage Stone. That. Staff of Benediction. The sword. Ah. Wait. Who's got my Z sword? There it is. Oh, almost forgot that. Here we got the meteorite armband. Don't. Stop doing that. And equips all in. Alright, here we go. Hope for good luck. Whoa, almost screwed that up. Goes Pierre Sancho Slalon. Working on. A little rough because we don't have increase because of that. Damn it! That was basically the worst opening you can get here. Have to heal and hope Expel works. Jeez. Well, that's it. I only have one leaf, right? Unless Pierre's holding on to one for some reason. Which he can't use because he's dead. Did he have one though? No. Yeah, that was it. Well, fuck me. That's the way the game goes. So basically what happened there, since he used Purge instead of attacking on turn 2, I had to recast By-Kill, and then he summoned Killer Machines instead of Rectors. And then when I was trying to take care of them, Manusa missed both of them, and then they just focused down Pierre. So, never got a Sukuroto off, because I didn't have the opportunity to do it. Arguably, it might have been a better idea to cast Increase instead of refreshing with By-Kill first, but meh. Oh, thanks, Cowie. Much appreciated. Run's dead. Perfect timing, as always. Well, that was a pretty good run with a terrible ending. So, yeah. So in that situation, I should prioritize Increase over By-Kill. Always time for one more run? No, not so much. Oh. It's kind of a bummer, but after the Great Temple, I'm not surprised that it ended this way. think the main thing I learned is that if he does do Purge on turn 2, increase prioritized over by kill. That's basically the only mistake that I made there. It was just unfortunate that it was Purge into killing machines. So, oh well, it is what it is. So, I'm gonna go ahead and relax for the rest of the night. Got some Dragon Quest XI to play with my wife. And we are going to go and hang out with Anatolu. So, thanks everybody. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you had a good time, and I will catch you later. You have a good one.